Good morning, everybody. Let's fucking go. Sure. Yeah, no problem. I hope opening up the stream yesterday to everybody. Um, Gave them an idea of what's going to happen today because I don't think I'm going to get the daily DT written. No, I was up until like 2 in the morning watching like futures in the Chinese market, trying to figure out what was going to happen today. It still looks like you know I don't know. So the Fed's Martin came out this morning and probably fucked up whatever bounce we are gonna have by whining about too much over speculation in the markets. But the data was showing, that we should expect a small bounce into the early part of this week and then kind of a dip into SLD towards the end of it. Sunak defaulted on US debt payments. War against the US dollar incoming. Interesting. Are we witnessing the end of the US dollar dominance as a global currency? I don't think so. Not without war. Lots of war. Good morning, Trina. Fed hedging the SPY. Yeah. Fed fucking the bulls is what it is. There are, but if there's enough active fund selling, the FTDs won't matter. And everything's just fucking flat, so you can't even tell. How was your weekend? It was all right. That starts, you can go back to sleep. Why are UVXY contracts more expensive than VXX? VXX are no longer attached to the actual VIX. Which um Morning, DJ D22. June 1, Shanghai reopens. That may help the bulls. It could, yeah. Retail hates the new COO, obviously. How is that? Okay, that's odd. Why would they even mention that? Who gives a shit? Where's the fucking speech from this morning from the Fed? Hold on. I mean, they couldn't have said anything overtly bullish. Uh, by dropping quick. No, it's not. 2+1, boo. 2+2, yeah. New SLDDD from Linuxus. Thoughts? I didn't read it. You look a lot like a crypto investor this morning. Is this baby formula problem boosting my wheat futures? Am I in the business of hurting babies now? So be it. Probably not. Yeah, wheat's doing good today. Interesting. Not everything's getting crushed this morning. Alright. Cat's starting to look kind of good. Also. Bounce. Dow up 1.47. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. It does look like the Dow is starting to move. Hmm. Doing it? We're gonna do bullish things? This is exciting. Waking me up. I think GB calls below 90 or is IV too high? A little high right now. Jesus fucking Christ. Butt attack? Market open today brought to you by Amber Heard. I haven't seen the Fed comments from this morning because I just woke up. I have a pretty decent chunk of time on the Tesla 800s, and it's the price of Tesla is still up from where I bought them, but we'll see. They they very well could be dropped rather quickly. Oil's going ups, yeah. It's like everything's trying to go up. It said 50 BPS rate hike likely in June. That was already priced in. I don't think them reiterating it's going to do much. I have a high bid on an option. The MM comes in behind me at the same bid. What's the priority for the fill? Or broker dependent? It's up to the clearinghouse. No daily DD. I fucking woke up like 2 minutes before I started the stream, so unfortunately, not right now. I've looked into used car parts quite a bit. Ah, you piece of shit. That can't be good. Got an update on Vega neutral. Yes. I search for it? No, of course not. Oh, you piece of shit phone. Huh. Spy? Saying like Deepwater Horizon? We're about to find out. All right. Yes. Vega neutral dropping rapidly, down to $64 today, or as of Friday, I should say. It's down almost $9 since Friday, which is actually a huge move in Vega neutral. You had a big position in wheat, shares or options? Options. What are your thoughts, expectations this week, both on GME and the markets in general? Um, Today is going to be crucial for determining how I think the rest of the quarter plays out. It's the midpoint for Vega and the options chain. What causes VN to drop so much? Either large sales of far dated options or large sell offs of long dated options. In this instance, the sales of those options. It's not that it's bearish for VN to move down that much. It's odd though. There's not a lot of times where VN drops rapidly. Notice the Fed just went really hawkish. That's why the SPY just puked. Interesting. I think it might start to turn around. Or it's trying really hard. Do you know why you, Yelia, and Dr. Gingerballs have such a huge difference in Vega neutral? No. What's his? I still haven't gotten a chance to see his DD. I've been super busy. Also, it can be like, one of us is looking at OI from like Thursday and the other is looking at OI from Friday. So JetBlue's doing a hostile takeover of Spirit. Oh, that's gonna blow Turd's mind. How is yen moving that far down? Not bearish. I don't think it's gonna affect our near-term price action that heavily. It's bearish towards the end of the week and moving out a little further, but right now, with the FTDs due, it shouldn't have that much of an effect. Vega neutral position doesn't affect, like it doesn't really change the pricing of the stock. It's not going to have as much of an effect as like gamma or delta, especially not in the short term. Good entry on cat, or a terrible one, depends on how you look at it. Weird morning double bottoms. Work A doing doing the same as Jimmy. Weird. And everything's kind of doing this right now, which is, yeah, weird. Netflix, AMD, Baba all outperforming. This Caterpillar, AMC up 4% for no fucking good reason. Hmm. TQQQ bouncing back. This is a tricky morning. Talk about Bollinger Bands? AMC announced a new popcorn flavor bag holder. Will it dip again below 95? Thoughts? I don't know. We'll see. I would say that the buy pressure doesn't look extremely strong. $97. I don't know if those are close enough, really. I mean, that's a double bottom, right? Huh. I'm just be trying to trap us. I think so. What time is it? I need to check shift search. All headline. I'll call. These are sell side. Maybe. What's IV doing? That's not GME. Hmm. It looks like calls are being bought like crazy on the fucking SPY, GameStop, QQQ. So I wonder if this is, we're just seeing them trying to close out more. 400, 401. Sell 400, 380, 415. Puts being sold on the SPY. Well, some puts being bought, but not as many. Hmm. This is a weird struggle. Sorry, I'm just trying to determine some directionality right now. Do you think you have a trading addiction? No, I think so. No, I don't feel good today. I think that's why I overslept. That and my phone updating in the middle of the night. Via 1 over K hedging in the options chain. We're going to see if it's apparent, like maybe this week or next. I think we'll try to run the check again. Yeah, I have a coffee. I think this is going to move eventually, and when it does, it's going to move pretty hard. Question is which way? GameStop's actually looking kind of bullish. TQQ is not. Cat looks good. Book. It's kind of strong, actually. Netflix is falling off a cliff. Yeah, AMD looks good today too. I think we mostly just don't want to see a lower low here. I still being held by puts. Yeah, there's still large amounts of open interest. Is the OI on BBY normal for OPEC cycle, or is it higher than normal? The current OI is quite high. Interesting. Ooh, it's kind of bullish. I went in and out of an old-fashioned alarm clock. My phone updates in the middle of the night. I went out and got an old-fashioned alarm clock. Usually I have my phone scheduled to update after I wake up, so I don't know why I did that. But maybe I like delayed it or something, and I don't know. I usually just hit the ignore button for like weeks. Baru? It's holding steady. I don't think it's uninteresting. I don't know if they're getting any news this week on the from the FDA though. That's definitely a fucking double bottom. Slightly higher on the volume trend, like slightly higher price. I was in New York this weekend, got wrecked by allergies. Glad to be back in LA right now. Yeah, it's really bad here right now. It's like peak allergy season. I wonder if similar dynamics exist between wheat and nickel when it went crazy. It's possible. It looks like MM's trying to get people to shed calls. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Or at least based on the positioning I'm seeing on the SPY right now. Although that's 15 minutes behind, but it does look overly bullish. As did the positioning moving into close on Friday. And since the Fed didn't really come out and say anything that they haven't already said today, I wouldn't be surprised. if we see a little bit of relief. Interesting. Okay. BTU up 4% today. It's interesting. So we're seeing oil move up today too. My oxy positions are doing okay. One of my dozen BBY shares is going to make me part of the upper class. Never. RC tweet tinfoil hat confirms reverse stock split. I love the Spice Girls when two become one. No fucking way. When did he tweet that? I mean, I'm willing to believe anything that confirms my own bias, of course, right? No, that's interesting, but they're not going to have a good reason to reverse split the stock unless we fall like down into the 50s or 40s. Like we've really got a tank for them to be able to be like, okay, we're going to reverse split. Just letting you know, I bought Docu ADCs. Get ready for Docu to be delisted. Why did you do that to us, Pop Cern Trader? You know the law of the market that you can't make money? You guys update your phones? Well, the technicals are starting to look bullish as fuck. We'll see how that continues. GameStop or the SPY is crossing VWAP now. With a little bit of rigor, if you will. That's on time weighted average price. Fuck you, dork. You go to an allergy doctor and get weekly shots, and your allergies literally disappear. That requires leaving my house and going to a doctor. Okay, I'm gonna reiterate that I'm not eating any local honey. I don't think you know where I live, but gross. I'm not even sure if we have bees here, let alone local honey. I meant what I said, Jimbo Harry. Ooh, let's go Bulls. It's the 97 championships. I know sports things. Is it 97? Yeah, they won 97, 98. Well, they won fucking all of them, but You've inspired me to play TFT. I'm sorry. Hashtag iron grind. Who let the bulls in? Who? Oh, I'm too tired for this shit. Fuck you. I streamed yesterday. What are we expecting today, this week? I expect us to go up through like Monday and Tuesday. Market and GME. And then when SLD kicks in, I expect price will stagnate or start to fall off. On GameStop, the price will probably begin to fall off, but the market may just stagnate. What Cohen tweet, man? I have no fucking clue. But I'm all about this price action right now. Spy's pushing for an intraday high. Cat's about to break its upside consolidation. If you guys there. Let's fucking go. Right? What's SLD? FINRA supplemental liquidity deposits. I DM'd you something. TWAP. I don't know how I feel about this. You're gonna have to tell me more, Dork. You think my 105 CCs will be safe in the end, or will I need to roll? I know it's early. It's early. I think in the end they'll probably be fairly safe. Where'd you post the weekend DD? We did it live yesterday. What I talked about, the DD I'm working on isn't done yet. You should feel violated like I did. Okay, rejected at 98. That can't be good, right? Spy rejected? A little bit. Still looks okay though. Not a lot of volatility on that. Tesla's still pushing up. Ooh. AMD just breaking out. It's kind of fucking hot. The DD's never done. Hmm. William Graff, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude. A firm doing a thing. Yeah, looks like it's about to. VXX decoupled from the VIX, worthless as a market hedge. Yes. As far as we know, the issues with VXX have never been resolved. Maybe Cohen just wants to really, really, really want to zig-a-zag, zig-a-zag-ah. Yeah. Did you ever think about that? Yeah. No? Bad? If BBY were to break 10.5 and the market rockets up, do you think they'll still be able to suppress it under $10? Or could it get out of hand for them? I know you said BBY options barely affect the price. I mean, it's possible that with, active fund flow, it is in a fairly decent amount of ETFs. So it's possible that it can present enough pressure to break through their put wall, but I don't think so. Does that mean what I think it means? Yeah. Maybe it's a penis tweet and we just don't get it. Looks like a penis tweet, you know. Spice Girls members, 5-to-1 split. Everyone's the right age to be a Spice Girls fan. I don't like Sporty Spice best. 13-year-old Gherkin liked Jerry Halliwell quite a bit. Also had a thing for Scary Spice, which probably should have told me something. And Posh should have told me something else. I didn't really like Baby Spice. You know me like mayonnaise and crackers. I'm not gonna lie. Current market conditions are not great for the potential of the NFT marketplace right now. Old Spice. Do you like house music? A little bit. KFC recipe has 7 herbs and spices. RC buying KFC for 7.41 billion. and releasing the most epic 7-piece finger licking good NFT ever seen. Yeah, I don't think Ryan Cohen's buying Pepsi. I know he's got some money, but no. They crashed crypto to undermine the potential of the NFT marketplace. I'm pretty sure that doesn't Pepsi own all of them? Pizza Hut, KFC, and Taco Bell? It's not owned by them anymore? Interesting. When did that happen? Yum Brands, or they split it off? It's a disgusting name. Ages ago. Keep going, I'm about to yum. Sideways chop all day? No, I don't think so. I think things are just starting to get a little spicy. I've thrown enough money away today. Thank you, though, Greg M. Spice Girls, greater than Spice, greater than MKC, greater than Red, White, and Blue, greater than GME America, greater than GME buying out MKC and issuing a special NFT meat rub. Oh boy. Shut. You're good, bipolar bear. Someone really wants the SPY to go green on the day. Yeah. The short positions are kind of weak right now, so it would make sense for the bulls to surge in and fuck them over. Am I shadow banned, or are you just really happy to see me? Neither one. Do you know which indicators to prioritize in real time? Volume and trend? That's on the press conference that JPAD just held. It was really short. After being 15 minutes late, he walks up to the podium, clears his throat, and says, "Trust me, bro," and leaves. I didn't say any price for BBBY. It's looking okay. A fucking ridiculous struggle to move up. Jesus. Yeah, you're right, Amy. For now. JPOG gonna keep us flat for the next 18 months. What if Nancy Pelosi's husband is just pop CERN trader? Has anybody considered that? I've been crawling my way to 100 shares. I'm almost there. Don't tell me the reverse split is going to put me at 50. Here's the deal, though, Tron. If they do reverse split, you'll be rich, so you won't give a shit. Yeah, AMD's doing good. It's pushing up into 98. CLVR is still going up. What happened? I don't know. Because I know there's no split announced yet. Ooh. I wonder what our dark pool index is going to look like. Because it was still climbing up into Friday. GEX still negative 4.2 million. Yeah, are they going to be able to push back against that, though? Because that's kind of like a big deal. Yeah, somebody's trying to keep GameStop from breaking out today. Mentioned this was a bad time for launch of an NFT marketplace. Yeah, the current market conditions didn't stop BAYC customers from paying 180 million in gas fees for this month's drop, with 250 million in revenue. Disposable income will be spent regardless of market conditions. I agree, but that doesn't mean that the media is going to cast it in a positive light or it's going to generate as much interest as it should, given the negativity surrounding crypto right now. Why am I gargling cayenne and vinegar with lemon juice and taking a Mucinex. For what? I think that, yeah, I think they're fairly well aware of when their orders print. And yes, they can apply counter pressure. Weird Sinful hat on and talk about how Greg Griffin tanked crypto in order to tank GME. I don't think he did. That sounds like fucking nonsense. Besides the shit going on with stable coins, which were always kind of garbage anyway, you know, crypto is a purely speculative investment, right? There's nothing backs its value besides positive sentiment. So it's the first place in the event of an economic downturn, the institutions are going to pull their money. I've been doing very well doing monthly poor man's calls on the SPY. Just buy a monthly super far, sell daily out of the money CCs. Yeah, it's pretty solid in a bear market, Carl. Especially a stagnant market. Not even losing value on the in the money call. Nothing backs the dollar besides positive sentiment. I mean, that's not true. Our military backs the dollar. No, I have a pretty fat stack of ETH, but it was mined way back when and is not going out of the money, I don't think, anytime soon. I don't know anything about the new COO. I know when Jenna Owens left, I didn't know they found somebody. I think the banks back the government, who backs the military, who backs the banks. Have you ever read Debt the First 5,000 Years? I haven't, but somebody's recommended it to me before. CLVR is up 18%. It's only 19 cents, a big percentage at least. Interesting. It probably hit a decent buy-in point. There's actually a fair chunk of interest in that stock. It's compelling. I think they think that they'll do well if any federal legalization passes due to their very cheap cost of labor and their ability to grow large quantities and already being approved for medical testing. Does the SPY look bearish or just testing? It just looks like it fell back to VWAP and now it's bouncing, which is a good sign. Although this bounce doesn't look very strong, frankly. They won a big contract to supply German pharmacies. Oh, okay. You can go read Zinko's DD on it, Nick. It's, essentially, you get a large influx of call and put buying in order to hedge replicating baskets for variance swaps, volatility swaps. You're saying private mercenary groups need to issue their own crypto? No. How do you modify a CSP order to 0.2 delta? What are you talking about? The strike. That's based on the strike's delta value. It's not part of buying or selling the contracts. It has to do with the pricing of the contract. I don't know if the GME FTD bumps off the table or not. This isn't looking overly promising, I'll say that much. The market's making me seasick. You're not the only one. Would GME go boom boom today? Remember, gamma exposure is also T+2, not T+1. Are they going to hold GME here until CNES nuts off the remaining FTDs? It's possible. Scion Capital's 13F will be available in an hour. Okay. I don't know what cows with guns is. Hmm. And GME is all over the place today. There isn't any. I woke up at like fucking 9:27. Who's coughing now? I still like the pours during the stream yesterday. Tons of good info. No problem, man. Is RC tweet reference to reverse split? I don't know. Yeah, I have air conditioning. Don't know if it's on yet, but I have it. What's your current take on the state of BBBY? It's trading flat, probably into OPEX at an extremely low price point. First to get out wins. We'll see. Fucking Christ. Drop must be related to GameStop filing its C-suite COO position. I don't know if that would have any effect on the price of the stock at all. $40 strikes were up over 1,300%. Interesting. Oh, yeah, you're probably right. There we go. I sold my calls. Now I can go back up. Cat looks fine. Oh no, can you please make Docu go up? No, I can't. What calls did you sell? My GME 100s. I'm out. I'm not going to risk it slipping below 93. They already shorted the breakout super fucking hard, so. We should probably sell CCs now, right? Uh, I don't know about that. They're weeklies. I'm just not going to overhold them. They're going to lose too much value if it breaks below the low resistance. And I'm getting the feeling that we're going to go fairly fucking sideways all day. Bots are going crazy on WeBull, telling you to sell and buy AMC. Who the fuck reads the WeBull comment section? Not all heroes wear capes. If Fidelity is trading 16% to borrow a stock, is it likely to go up in the short term? No. The stock? I assume is what you mean? Is it possible shorts will push everything to tomorrow to avoid ending green on the day of the COO announcement? It's possible, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look much better than anything else today. I'm happy for all of you bag holding metamaterials for some unknown reason. I hope one day you guys make money. I found my wife in the WeBull section. I don't think Scion's 13F is market moving. Could it be T plus 3? T plus 2. We have FTDs today. Look at the volume. We're already at 1.2 million. We view terms trading sideways as edging. Sometimes we do. Oh. That's not it. 1 second. There's some volume. That seems really excessive. Oh, it is. Absolutely. Fuck. I have leaps and shares, but fun to watch something going up. Awesome, man. Buy 700 million shares of GME real quick. I don't know. This buy kind of just looks like it's turning around here. We'll see, though. Oops. GME's turning around a little bit, too. I know you weren't selling CCs last week. You selling any this week? Waiting for tomorrow? Yeah, probably. I'll probably look towards the end of tomorrow, or possibly Wednesday, like early in the day. Would a 60 million share purchase cause MOASS? It cause something. Don't say that. I just bought 0 DTE puts. Fuck your puts, Jimbo Harry. I have calls. Thoughts on tableside guacamole? Like, I want fresh guac, but I don't want to watch the guy mash avocado in a fucking bowl at my table. So, right? Is it just me? Like, go do that shit in the kitchen. And it's never like they're into it. They're just like, I gotta go fucking mash avocado up at this asshole's table. I don't know. Avocado, like, guacamole is pretty telling on its own. You can usually tell by the color how fresh or not fresh it is. It oxidizes pretty quickly. Reverse sear when grilling steak? That's fine. Well, lime juice helps preserve it. The market's starting to look pretty fucking gross. Hold on, I need to go blow my nose. I'll be right. I don't know what's gonna die first, me or the market. Fucking Christ. That's not good. Bounce here. A little low. Hmm. Yeah, BBBY should still be running on the same OPEC cycle. There's still any chance of a docu bounce from end of week X, or am I up shit creek? That's going to depend heavily on the market. Where are you in at? Because if you were in at like 80 for at market open, it shouldn't be in that bad of a spot. Or did you buy 80s here on the test of 80? You can send them to me on the Discord, Bradley. But it's not super uncommon for brokers to have, weird after hours data on options. I mean, the options market's closed at that point, right? Yeah, it's actually really fucking annoying, Jettle. It's almost like we're waiting for news to come out, but I don't know what it would be. I don't think there was anything super important today besides the Fed talk this morning, where they didn't say anything unexpected. So we have the bill auction at 11:30. That could have an effect. Pro Buddha pork belly. You won't be disappointed. I've had it before. It's really good. A lot of rumors that Putin may be overthrown and that Xi might have had an aneurysm. Interesting. Hold on. I want to check options flow right now. What's a bill auction? Treasury bills? 3 and 6 month treasury bill auction today at 11:30. Foreigners financing our debt, usually. Market may be timid due to the China data that came out earlier. I don't feel like, I mean, Hang Seng was doing good last night. It closed up, not a lot, but up. Silver's starting to climb. Gold's up a tiny bit today too. But so are growth and value futures for the S&P. And the VIX is fucking way down from where it was on Friday. Thursday. I don't know. It's very choppy. Oh, it's annoying. Actually, I kind of expect Target to have good earnings. And I'm already in the stock long, but I think the earnings will be pretty good. What's RLS? Restless leg syndrome? I don't know. Probably. I like to tap my foot, but just my right one. I don't really know what defines restless leg syndrome. Restless market syndrome. Yeah, I don't think it's involuntary. Due to the lockdowns. There's also a lot of people just bullish on China because of their supposed stimulus that's going to be coming out. Is the FTD bounce dead? Doesn't look fucking good, does it? And they're clearing FTDs right now, which is even worse. Yeah, I don't have that when I'm like laying down or anything. I think like tapping my foot started out as like a bad habit. Um I used to play Street Fighter all the time, and I had like a stool that I sat on. And if I didn't like tap my foot, my leg would fall asleep because the edge of this it was like a metal stool. And I think I've done it ever since. But it's not like a weird urge or compulsion. Like I can stop doing it. It doesn't bother me. I'm gonna sell some 90 cc's for next week. Interesting, Carl. Very interesting. Are you looking forward to the split more than MOASS? I know at this point a split might spark MOASS, but MOASS is looking less and less unlikely at this point. Less and less unlikely? Or less and less likely? Your gains are taxed, you have to rule over your losses. There's ways out of that. I bounce my leg because I have ADHD. A sick double bass. Any good DDA I can read on VXX decoupling from the VIX. There was a couple articles about it, but none of them went super in depth into what the fuck was actually going on there. Besides that there was like an accounting error. Long live volatility, gang. SPY is trying to rally a little bit. It's like marginally higher at each low, but it's not instilling a lot of confidence. Of all the things I wanted for today, flat as fuck and super volatile was not on the menu. Recommended whetstone grit for home knife sharpening. 1,000, 6,000 is probably fine, unless you have to like repair chips in the blade or something. But just for putting an edge on something, that's usually perfect. I've got Jerry Halliwell's nudes. DM me. I have the internet too. Big wheeler, sinus feeler. They had them out where they were authorized to issue, and then they reduced it, but never updated their system. So they overissued and just barely caught it. Yeah, based on the delta and gamma tests on VXX, it looks like something crazy is going to happen there. Just for general maintenance. Yeah, that's 1,000, 6,000 is fine. Crazy how, like, crash to rock bottom or squeeze. I don't know, but it looks very similar to like the delta gamma tests from GME right before January of last year. VXX VXX is doing some super weird shit right now. And I'm trying to figure out what exactly it's doing. You scared it? It just dropped. I can't trade wheat ETF due to foreign trading restrictions. Okay. Do you have a European index for grains? Did you say when you started monitoring GME around RC's buy-in time or so? It was after his first buy-in. I didn't start watching the stock until like early November of 2020. Maybe it was like late August, but it wasn't long after he bought it bought in for the first time. You're not alone. I bought some Julys this morning, Cobra. I don't know what's gonna happen there, but I want to be a part of whatever it is. Can't you guys buy options through IBKR though? Like American options? Wheat to 15 by July? I have no idea how high it's gonna go. It could, yeah, it could go higher. Currently, I think my entire position is in the money. Yeah. Although the 12s aren't worth anything yet. US is expecting a bad wheat harvest, I've heard, yeah. Is BBY today similar to GME August 2020 or GME November 2020? I would say at one point after Cohen's buy-in, it was very similar to November 2020, and then institutions sold a shitload of shares on both run-ups, the one after his announcement and then the one for OPEX. Fucking Christ, man. This can't all be for the treasury auction, right? How many screens do you use? Just two. What's the play this week? I'm holding cash. That's a pretty good position to be in. The cash accounts on IBKR allow you to immediately use funds from an option sale, or the funds only be available T plus one. T plus one. Unless you have margin. Main manufacturing index is really bad. Expect 24.6, actual 11.6, negative 11.6. Damn. Do you like TQQQ better than SQQQ? I mean, for going long on, or just like shorting TQQQ? And in the event of a crash, SQQQ is going to go up and has more range to the upside than going short TQQQ would. There's a wheat equivalent that Europeans can trade. Oh, okay. What is it? There's no physical evidence that today is Monday. We just have to trust that someone kept count. Are you fucking high again, Smooth? It's only 11 o'clock. European equivalent of wheat is baguettes? That's fine. I didn't want to be acknowledged today anyway. I saw your comment about salting pizza. I chose not to respond. It's still better than putting pineapple on it. How dare you ignore one of the elder Dans? No, silence. Oh, Jesus. I don't want to talk about pineapple pizza. You talk about where these FTDs are. Oh, they're there. They're just being netted off. There's a reason we're almost at almost 2 million volume already. That's not because people like the stock. Not netted off, netted. Yeah, Jimmy does not looking like it's trying to break out at all. Why can't they net off all the FTDs in one go? They can. But why do that? Why cover what's not due? There's no reason to lose money up front when you can lose it over time. Wheat and baguette to the moon. Why on earth do you have such a big water bottle? It's a good question. How many YouTubers do you think will clip their videos from 2 years ago talking about the market dumping and then pretend they were Nostradamus once the market actually dumps? Most of them. There'll be thousands of videos of like, I called the market crash here And then they'll go on to tell you about how their about their trading program and how for the low price of something, they can teach you how to predict market crashes too. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow, Dominic, before I sell any covered calls. Yeah, I still think we're gonna see lower lows in this cycle. Love the slow bleed while they cover. Full control. It's not fun. So just no SPY data? Is that how we're doing this? There we go. Yeah, the May 20th chain everywhere is just stacked. There's not going to be any ups if the market's not doing anything. I think you missed Nutsack's milestone comment. Oh shit. Booga, good buddy. I'll see you soon, buddy. I just got news, buddy. I hope to get some money. Oh, I just got a new one. Thanks. What the fuck? Thanks, Nutsack. I appreciate it, man. Which calls you looking into for OPEX? Probably July and August. Favorite Spice Girl? Ginger? I thought we were going down harder today. The problem is we're not really doing anything today. A different FTDs due tomorrow. Yep. It's possible they covered enough last week. I love how 6% down is trading flat for GME. Yeah. Why do I feel like that's not in the right place? Isn't this supposed to be like 88.90? Hold on, I need to check this. It's trading view. 88.11. The Spice Melange. What's up, Turd? Did you hear that JetBlue's buying out Spirit? Nice. I do too. I bought them when we were talking about it. You know, an airline is trash and the ticker symbol is save. Why does today seem like a perfect day for a buyback? Why wouldn't they buy back at like $50 or $60? At least 70. If you had done a DD today, what would it have said? I mean, I kind of did a DD for today already. I would have said that GameStop's price action would have been heavily influenced by whatever the market does, which we're seeing. And I wonder if we're just seeing T plus like one repositioning with Gex due tomorrow from the massive puts shed on Friday. So a shitload of puts closed out on Friday. But they have until tomorrow. Part of me wonders how much of this is just because of the bill auction, but I don't see why that would have such an effect. Like, it's too stagnant, right? It's super volatile, but trading within kind of a tight range. We're not really seeing any up or significant downside that aren't recovering back the other way almost immediately. So let's something a little spicy into your DMs. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I know you do. You know what I mean? I don't think you can have it right away. I don't think you have to worry about it, but I think it is good for me to lol lol. Oh yeah. Thanks. It's nothing to do with the PPT. What are your thoughts on JPM for long divvy check? I mean, banks will probably do well as long as rates continue to move up. SPY showing higher lows, but barely, right? What's it waiting on? That's what I can't figure out. If you don't want to talk to us about the PPT and AMD weeklies, you never should have said anything. Well, it wouldn't be much of a stream then, would it? If I just sat here and didn't say anything all day. So tell me what you want. You really, oh God, it's gonna be an entire day of Spice Girls lyrics and the market chopping. I had a nightmare about this once, I think. Going out for a pack of smokes, need anything? It was good knowing you, Darth. SPY is waiting for Monday capitulation to form the lows of the week.
seems to happen often at the beginning of the week where there's a lot of options expiring. I agree, but I wouldn't expect it to take this long. We should see one side favored by now, and we're really not. And the fucking options flow it just isn't directional at all. It's all over the fucking place. There's a lot of puts coming in, but here's the catch: a shitload of them are sold. Some of them are also bought. Or maybe get a better idea from the SPX instead of looking at the SPY options. SPX overwhelmingly bullish. What the fuck? It's a fucking $100 million arbitrage play. Jesus Christ. Liquidity's pretty dry. Game start. Not only SPY, but GME as well. Someone bought 1.2 million in May 100 calls. Fuck. Maybe I shouldn't have sold my calls. People buying like deep in the money SPX calls. It's not on GameStop, it's on SPX. Immediate buy sells. So you see super high volume traded at like deep in the money calls like $600. They're both sold and bought. Just quick trades in and out. At least that's what it looks like. I mean, you see the bid moving up and then dropping. So it looked like they were buying into the early part of the day and then selling off. No parts is shorting BBY so you can buy it for cheap with GME. I don't think so. Possible, but I don't think so. Has GME really been far even as decided to use even Cohen want to do look more like BBBY or other way around? Thanks. Can can you rephrase that into a proper sentence structure? The 1 million call May 20th was that GME. Yeah. And they looked like they were being purchased until about 10 a.m. and then started selling off. But the volume on the after the drop in the bid isn't very significant. Most of the volume on the contracts is like from 9:30 to 10 a.m., which were being purchased. I'm just gonna ignore weird comments that don't make sense. BBY does a 7-to-1 share split. That means GME can buy it for 1/7 of the cost. No. It's you casual substitute teaching. I'm gonna use that question to show kids why you need to stay in school. Probably a good idea. How close to the announcement can it be? 10 days, expert pog, for that X dividend date. It's famous copy pasta from back in the day, modified to add code and such. Ah. Can I have a small offer of support for the city of Buffalo and the victims of the shooting a couple days ago? Oh, yes? I didn't know. What happened? There was a shooting in Buffalo? New York? Dude, really? I don't pay attention to that kind of shit. Guy drove from Binghamton to a black neighborhood grocery store and shot 13 people, 10 dead. Fuck. That's terrible. People are garbage. Posted a 180-page manifesto online, live streamed the shooting on Twitch. Jesus. I mean, I don't live stream shootings on Twitch. Who's coughing now? It's an odd comparison to draw. That's fucking terrible. Been a lot of shootings in New York lately. Yeah. No problem, your mom's hot friend. I had no idea. I usually don't pay attention to news like that. People that are on SSRIs are crazy. I know people that are on SSRIs and they don't go and shoot people. Do you imagine how much better New York could be if all the residents were like you? No shootings, no pineapple pizza. You mean they just stay inside their houses and trade stocks all day? No, no worries. Absolutely express support for the victims. That's terrible for them and their families. Gap down to 90.74 looking to get filled or what? It's hard to say. Market's breaking back above 400 again though. We're trying to. More chop for the rest of the day. Maybe the fucking bill auction's going well. I didn't see Linux's new DD. I also don't particularly care, but I will take a look at it. Cat recovering quite a bit. Oh, Jesus. That was a strong move. My options price is not updating? Because that doesn't seem correct. Why does Caterpillar never pick up any implied volatility? Ever. No matter how much it moves, its IV just stays the same. This is the market pricing in the Spice Girls tweet. How volatile are tractors? I mean, for a big fucking massive blue chip, I would say Caterpillar is pretty volatile. Yeah, it does have kind of low gamma. The fucking demand on Caterpillar manufacturing is insane right now. There's like a 2-year wait list. You say they're trying to keep the price in a certain range. Who's they? Hedge funds, both. I mean, we don't know the extent of counterparties involved, but the large volatility players and short hedge funds, more likely just large volatility players and authorized participants in ETFs. For sure, Ryan. Is you're definitely not a BlackRock employee. Are their iShares ETFs good for their respected areas? Them and Vanguard seem to be far less complicit in the uh, creation of liquidity without the asset support. So XRT obviously the most complicit, which is State Street. But the actually, I would say that the Vanguard funds seem to be the best managed from what we've seen. They kind of like, I mean, they allow creation stuff, but they don't fuck around and uh having those deficits covered before rebalancing and stuff. They definitely don't take on the creation risk that like State Street does with XRT. I would say BlackRock's a little worse than Vanguard in that regard because of IWM. Or, simply IWM is more abused than they can control. No, I haven't had a haircut or trimmed my beard for days. A week? Okay, QQQQ is moving up, and the SPY is pushing up with a more significant amount of volume. I am assuming that the auction went well, given the timing of our break. I'm not sure why the Treasury auction would have such an effect. But the timing lines up. We're shilling cat in here? Fucking always. McDonald's has decided to fully exit Russia. Didn't they already? Fuckloads of collateral needed. Treasury bills. Stay away from Vanguard for options trading. Oh yeah, I would never use it. That's like it's the most boomer brokerage. Bond pricing indirectly drives risk premiums, assuming positive stock bond correlation in inflationary mats. Yeah, TLT moving up too. TLT moving up a lot today. Is that a break in that trend? Pretty fucking close. Hmm. This is starting to look kind of good. This guy has relatively stable IV. Does that make it a noob-friendlier option stock by virtue of having one less variable to consider? While its IV is relatively steady, its price action is absolutely not, Stefan. I would not say Cat is an easy, or Cat has easy options to trade. For swing trading, they're a little more reliable, but for shorter term time periods, like less than 15 days, it's super fucking risky. So SPY breaks up and Jimmy decides not to follow it anymore. Yeah, it would appear that way. Still in rig? Yep. Yeah, I think Cat's pretty solid. It's been a it's been a pretty big money maker for a lot of people in here over the last few months. Nixon seems to be calling a GME run into early June. Okay. No. Well, no. May OPEX? Or is he just calling early June arbitrarily because of the shareholders meeting? I'll look at it later. I really don't. Are we expecting a relative move upwards until Wednesday's SLD period starts? I mean, yeah, but I was expecting it much earlier in the day. Okay, I'm all in on Cat. I'm just gonna go ahead and send the adoption papers. No, don't sell calls on your actual cat. Imagine if that's what catcalling was in real life, though. It was just dudes chasing women around on the street and trying to get them to buy their adopted cats. I need to make a skit show. Like Key and Peele, but funny like Dave Chappelle. Niche comedy. It really is. Are you a comedy fan? I mean, I guess. I heard Key and Peele and Dave Chappelle in the same sentence. What did you say? I said that I should make a skit comedy show like Key and Peele, except funny like Dave Chappelle. I miss the Chappelle show. It was a better time. Comedy Central was in its like golden age at that point. Bored? Well, get over it. How old are you? I don't know, like early 30s, something like that. I forgot. Does it matter after like 25? I don't think your age matters again until you're like 50, and then it matters a lot. Then you're like, oh fuck, I'm 50. Prince versus Eddie Murphy's brother in a basketball court. That shit was funny. Rip Charlie Murphy. Did you watch In Living Color back in the day? I mean, it was like I was really little, but I mean, I've seen it, but I didn't watch it like when it was relevant. I'm not going to say anything about the Bulls coming back because, well, yeah. Trying to trade BUI option. My price is good, but no takers. Maybe your price isn't as good as you think it is. The guy that tried to jump Dave Chappelle got his arms broken by Busta Rhymes. Wait, what? What the fuck is Busta Rhymes doing there? DDS going for 326. I managed to be 26 for 4 years. That's pretty impressive. Is that your intent to quote Molly Shannon? No. I don't really watch SNL very much. And they killed us again. Ugh. Just go up, you piece of shit. How do you want just 410? Go up and tap 410, then crash. So nice. Good job, Light K. I did everything wrong today. Can I get a sticker? No. Yeah, we might bounce off the 30. I don't know. That was a lot of fucking volume on that sell off. Bear trap? Maybe. I hold 200 shares of Gmail with a cost basis of 200. If I don't sell for a year, will I be a millionaire? What do you think? This is really awful. You're right. Key and Peele do suck, but you can't deny the substitute teacher and the I said bitch skits. They are funny. Also, DC is the Richard Pryor of our generation. We're a similar age. Also, again, you were a boss, and without you, what? Hold on, I missed the compliment part. Let me revel in it for a moment. I would not be a trader today. Thanks, Garrick. Thanks, Walken. I appreciate it. No, Key and Peele had funny skits. I just don't think they were as consistently funny as like Chappelle Show, which I always felt like they were directly ripping off. Like that was Comedy Central's answer to not having the Chappelle Show anymore and the demand for it. Ron. Dave said himself that they stole his show. Interesting. He said something like, I have to watch Key and Peele do my show every night. Mind of Mencia? I never even saw that. Good to know, Prince Peach Fuzz. What do you think is behind the rock door on Mars? Is Citadel working with aliens to hide obligations on Mars? Sure. Save seems to be the play of the day. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, I kind of like this. I needed water. Hold on one second. I need to get some water before things get weird. It doesn't take me 30 minutes to fill my water bottle. Is this our life now? Watching the SPY trade around 400 until the economy crashes? No, it just never crashes, and we spend our day debating the value of talent, probably far greater than ours. Did you empty the Hudson? I'll tell you, the more times I fill up this water bottle, the more wheat is going to go up in value. I don't want a camelback. We've discussed this before. Those are disgusting. You might dislocate your shoulder shaking it like that. Nah, it's all right. How much does it cost to fill up at 7-Eleven? Ah, fucking Christ. It's doing the thing again. Retest VWAP. Next step, 55-gallon drum of water with straw coming out of the top. I feel like that would be a breeding ground for bacteria, given enough time. What brand water tank is that? I have no idea. I bought it at Costco. I feel cool when I wear my camelback. What does that say about me? Nothing good. Strengthens the immune system. Don't be a cock. if I'd known that all I had to do was drink contaminated water to prevent that, me and my high school girlfriend would still be together today. Long Costco? If you want to be. That's not coming back to life. I think it's time to buy some corn too. Of all the things that AMC is trying to get into, why haven't they tried corn porn? You know, just footage of corn. I've pitched it. CVS is solid. How's the soup stock? I think it's fine. It's awesome seeing stocks bounce off support and resistances I've drawn weeks ago. I'm relatively successful with predicting breakouts, so thanks. Awesome. Cornering the corn porn market? I mean, I feel like there were other economic times where showing that kind of content in movie theaters was profitable. Corn nuts, they're just gross. You got me into Findom now. How will I explain that to the waifu? Big spy dump incoming. You sure? You can check it out. Nope. Campbell soup only goes up. What's amazing is how low it got, right? Like, it was down to like $40 a share. Soup at $40 a share. I mean, that's ridiculous. Do you have a PT on Campbell's? Not really. No. Can of Campbell's like $2 now. They're printing money. I wouldn't call it printing. So they done covering FTDs? No. Our volume's still really high. They're just crushing our price. Pretty actively too. Given that, the the spy isn't performing nearly this bad today. Okay, solo putting G under a blanket all day. Yeah. Campbell Soup shows that boomers are still very active in the market. Yeah, also the institutions are betting on a recession. The worst thing about Pickle's picks today is we still have no directionality. Like, the market's just not doing anything. I'm already like in long positions. But if it's just gonna go sideways, then I didn't have any plan for, selling strangles. You rode all this weekend? Yeah, I did. I also went for a walk. Quite a long one. Is the Friday put hedge still in place, indicating a downside to Vega neutral end of the week? It won't be so much the end of the week as it will be over the next couple weeks. Can Bobby hit $8? Maybe, although I don't see a lot of put interest at that level. People selling 145 Cs. Interesting. BBBBBBBBBY is your favorite new ticker? My BBBY June 20C is gonna print? Probably not. What do you think about Burry's Apple short YOLO? Interesting. What a weird choice. Also, they just increased their share buyback. Wonder why he's shorting Apple of all things. Too embarrassed to fucking full port back into Tesla puts. So about $100 weekly put. I know, shame on me. Currently it's up 35%. I'm not sure which I can count on more. Jamie to drop more by the end of the week, or Theta to bleed if we keep trading sideways. What do you think we're likely to end the week at? I think probably down from our current price, especially if we don't move tomorrow with gamma exposure. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of today's price action seems specifically designed to fuck call buyers from Friday. Or at least get them to shed their calls. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, what was the timing on that? Because if Burry shorted like the peak of Apple, then he already won, right? If he's already in and out. This is the problem with like the 13F filings. Is like you don't know when the position was opened. It could already be fucking closed since, the reporting date was a while ago. The millennial version of Campbell's Soup is Nissan Food Holdings, instant ramen, and cup noodle. I guess, but shit's fucking so bad for you. I actually bought Campbell's Soup because of preppers and the war in Russia originally. That and, inflation, but if you figure like one in every 50 people is a prepper, right? and they've got to restock for World War III. Yeah, that's a lot of bomb shelters getting refilled with Campbell's soup. Good money right there. If I was Campbell's soup, I'd be spreading all kinds of shit on Twitter. I'd be like, I don't know, Putin might die. Sounds like nuclear holocaust. Make sure you check out the soup aisle at your local grocery store. Mailing people coupons and shit. If all your viewers buy out the stores of soup, it'll start a run. Like what happened with toilet paper? Canned hash is better, plenty of calories. Who the fuck do you think makes that? Do you think Campbell's only makes soup? They don't. Mostly soup. What's a coupon? I said coupon, not coupon. Calls on aluminum? I already bought into aluminum like 2 months ago though. Russia's the largest exporter of aluminum. What race do you play in TFT? I don't think that's a thing. What time do you expect them to stop suppressing if they're trying to get call buyers to shed from Friday? Maybe tomorrow. This is just a terrible day. We're down for no apparent reason. The market's sideways. Aluminium? Carl? Did you check Arco? It's McDonald's for South America. I thought it was just a shitty gas station owned by British Petroleum. What the fuck is a big tasty? Also, why are you bullish on South American McDonald's? When did they announce the COO? Was that this morning? Is that what's fucking us? I don't remember seeing anything on Friday about it. Oh, it was this morning? That might be it, yeah. Is there anything negative about the new COO? I mean, I haven't looked into his background or their background at all. Her, him. I don't know what it is, even. Who were they with previously? It's kind of a big deal for the e-commerce play, so I summarized the AK and the quad accord. Ooh, fun. It worked for Belk? They're paying him a shitload of money. Okay. Hmm. CEO of Belk for less than a year. I don't know who the ecom clothing. Okay. Private though, right? That's good. I mean, I'd like to know. It's going to be hard to find information if they're private though. Fuck. He has 2 decades of experience in operations, merchandising, supply chain, and retail and store operations. Kohl's and Gap. He was also CEO of a private retail company. Okay, that's good. No wonder they're shorting us. Yeah, heavy stock compensation. Interesting. Belk isn't new. Yeah, it sounds like he's got some e-commerce background and some retail background, so old in the South and caters to old people. Good. We could use some boomer investors. Did you do the stock split, DD? It's not done yet. I'm still working on it. I wanted to finish the cover call video. Yeah, to replace Jenna Owens. Yeah, GME has a new COO. I'd say if there was something, if I was short GameStop, I would be far more afraid of developments on the e-commerce side. Whoa, it's a thick pen. Versus NFT. I think developments in e-commerce will matter far more for market cap valuation and institutional interest than the NFT marketplace will until it starts to generate revenue. So, like, I think as far as their valuations are concerned, they'll put more weight on e-commerce growth and potential than they will on developments in the NFT marketplace. I know the NFT thing's what everyone's like bullish about on Reddit, but unfortunately the boring thing is what makes money. If GME's e-commerce sales ever surpass their in-store sales without seeing a serious decline in in-store revenue, we're going to go up. I think, yeah, like if I had to choose what will generate the most growth for GameStop in the next like 5 years, I would say e-commerce. And then in the next 10 years, I would say NFTs. What is this up that you speak of? Oh, it's gone. Don't worry about it. Prior to Belk, he was senior president for Kohl's, vice president at Land's End. He also worked at Abercrombie and Fitch, Target, and Gap. Okay. Where can I buy 10-year leaps? It's called a share, Matt James. They're sold individually at a market price. You forgot dividend. No, I didn't. That's a trade information that has nothing to do with long-term growth. Do you think they added the SPY to the basket of shorted stocks of GME and BBY because they dropped the same instant SPY drops? No, they're just very sensitive to change in the market. GME has extremely high beta right now, like 1.99, I think. I was wondering if you could share your thoughts on what you see happening in the next 2 months or so. I see us going down pretty fucking hard into the shareholders meeting. They'll probably try to short after the shareholders meeting as well. And then, depending on the dividend announcement for the stock split and when that comes about, I mean, we can't set any expectations because we don't have a schedule for it. But I would say we're not going to see any significant upside movement until June OPEX, which is T+2 from the 17th expiration. The TRS is irrelevant. Based on Vega neutral, we could see lows in the 60s, but what do you think we could see as high as 200 during the next OPEX run? Or does the lower low mean lower highs? I mean, the lower low could mean lower highs, but that wasn't true in March, right? Like our run in March was significantly greater upside movement than November was. SOS CC vid not uploaded yet? No, later today I think it should be out. Hopefully, if the editing's done. What week would that put us in for the OPEX run? What do you mean? How do people not know the fucking dates of this shit yet? I say it like 50 times a day, every day. If you don't know when OPEC says next, go read the DD. Fucking back below VWAP. Because we don't listen. Can't read? Don't trade stocks then. I made a cheat sheet. Which DD? I want to copy the link. Didn't I post it all on fucking Pickle Financial? Hold on. Let me check. I feel like I did. Yeah, the fucking charts and the Great Expectations DD for the upcoming cycle. Do something. If we bounce here, that's kind of okay. Unless we just top out at 402 again. Crushing every upward take. It's infuriating. It's red today because the pillow is upright. Oh. There we go. It's called the bear. You're a bear market, Sune. There's no Dillionaires. Dillionaires is shut down. It's not a thing anymore. Or if it is, I'm not there anymore. The guy who started the subreddit tried to like extort us to take control of it. So he can have it. It's all his. Imagine paying for a subreddit. Yeah, I know, right? It was the fucking pillow all along. Anthony Jeselnik is the best comic of his generation, not just his style of comedy. Better than Mulaney, better than Chappelle. He's all right. I don't know. He gets like if you listen to too much of his stuff, I feel like he gets kind of repetitive. He is funny. I will say that, and his delivery is awesome, but Billionaire. Oops, I lost my premium again. Carl, my wife said I couldn't be a pigeon whale anymore. Only billionaire. But you're still a pigeon whale. I see you're pushing back. Shh. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Carl, billionaire. Just clip that and you'll be good. Carl, stop telling us about your problems. There's people in here hiding hundreds of thousands of dollars in losses from their wives, Carl. I think you can find a solution to this. Do you think they can head fake us on June OPEX a la Feb? I'm starting to realize the genius of far dated contracts, but I'm still curious. Right now, we don't think so because there's no rolling period to move those in the money puts to. So while they may be able to move like May puts to June, the S&P rebalance occurs in June. So when they rebalance the ETFs, even if they don't cover XRT, which it doesn't look like they did on the last one, they still have to cover all the other ETFs, like the other 105 that they use for creation. I'm hiding hundreds of thousands of losses for myself. So one of my friends over the weekend actually found the stream. I guess based on like one of the clips or something was circulating on Twitter. And boy, did he get kind of pissy about it. Well, I shouldn't say friend, but he's like a trader dude that I've known for a long time. I've just lost so much in crypto. I may have to invest in a boyfriend. Are you ever gonna get a motorcycle? Or are you at least bike curious? No, neither. Just overestimate your losses so that when you go to do taxes, your wife is like, wow, I thought you lost more. It worked for me. Good job, turd. Why did he get mad? He was like really angry about me telling people about selling covered calls and like cash secure puts and wheeling. I think that's his like primary strategy. And for some reason he thinks I'm gonna get like a large amount of people to like fuck up his implied volatility or something. He also couldn't seem to get his head around the idea that I would like make like give people stock plays or insight and not get a cut. Like that seemed to really bother him. He's like, why don't you just start a fund? Like why are you fucking around with this YouTube shit? He's got, he comes from a different background though. He's like former Goldman, I think. Hey, hello, it's me, Exhibit A in the case for removing options from trading from retail. Uh, we're gonna have to make sure that you don't testify, Pop Cern Trader. I just sent you a super chat. I'm checking to see if you've seen them. Did I miss it? Where the fuck is it? Hold on, DK. Scroll back and see if I just missed it. Oh, April 2nd, half FTD report out. For my calculations, there's a ton of GME ETF FTDs due 6/1. Can you please confirm? I'm gonna have to confirm it once we run the data, but I'll let you know, or I'll post it in the Discord. Why is it called a bear market when it's complete bullshit? Thank you, DK. But yeah, I'll post it. I'll post it as soon as we run the numbers. I bet he's just jealous we don't buy up all his CCs. Yeah, I mean, he's like kind of hardcore Theta gang. So that would make sense. He's probably been selling fucking covered calls on GME all year and doesn't want anybody else doing it. I just ran the data. Pizza rolls are recession proof. What's up, DK? I found it. IV bumping. August strikes should open as we approach May 20th or just after the May 20th expiration. They're monthlies, not quarterlies, right? So they're not open yet. CC's pay the bills. I hate your friend. Yeah, I was kind of like, I was surprised by his reaction a little bit. Just saying thanks. Oh, okay. No problem, dude. Too late to pick up some long dated corn. Maybe not. I think if you're gonna go pretty long on it, it's not a bad idea. I don't think it's a good short term play. What did you respond to him saying, implying he should have a cut? Not he should have a cut. I should have a cut. And why do the YouTube thing when you can just start a fund? I mean, I kind of tried to explain to him what I'm doing on like the education side, and his basic response was like, why give that away for free, right? Like why teach people that? Which is weird because like from what I know of him, he got like pretty disillusioned with institutional finance, and that's why he like struck out on his own in the first place. And like there were he had experience, but there were people that taught him too, and that's not like easy to find, right? Like finding someone to teach you about trading and this kind of stuff isn't exactly like readily available. Like you can find it, but it's hard, and most of the people that do it don't have any interest in fucking helping out anybody else or teaching other people more. um and so I mean, I remember when I first started like looking into like trading communities and stuff like that, if it hadn't been for like my professor that kind of like pushed me towards it, I probably never would have ended up doing it, right? And like, and so I think it's cool for people to have that, just not that they have to trade, but if they want to. it's funny how like abhorrent that idea is to guys that were like in the industry for a long time, right? And I understand it from where they come from, where like if you're making money on something, you don't say shit to anybody, right? Because the second another person finds out, that strategy may no longer be viable. And so you try to anytime you find opportunity, you try to exploit it as much as feasibly possible, in the time frame that you have to exploit that opportunity. And so they're very, I mean, not even just institutional traders, all traders kind of have that sentiment. But I disagree. I feel like opportunity is endless in the market. And I feel like if you're unable to find more opportunity, that's your failing, not, it has nothing to do with you telling people about it or highlighting opportunity. It's just, if you're unable to continue to find opportunity in the market, you need to go back to a 9 to 5 because you're in the wrong fucking business. So I don't care about sharing information because it doesn't, I don't think it affects me at all. Should I tell people about the 1269 strategy? You shut your fucking mouth, Ryan Player. Yeah, I understand that the wheel strategy isn't exactly the fucking down the rabbit hole of trading strats at all. Like the thing he got angry about seemed very silly, but I think it was more the tone of the whole conversation than just teaching people to wheel. So you're gonna give out your scanner? It's not entirely mine to give out. A. B. I don't think it's reliable. C. Fuck no if it is. Are you currently able to fully support yourself off dividends and CCs even without YouTube? Yeah. I made more money from selling CCs since the March run on GameStop than I've made on YouTube since I started doing it. That's why we don't have to have shilly shit in here like fucking ads and sponsors. And I don't have to go and suck dick on Twitter to fucking get viewers, frankly. This YouTube channel, make no mistake, is basically one long video ad for Gurk's covered calls. Well, I got an update on the scanner last night, and Docu was the most compelling out of the picks that it rolled up. Um, I'm starting to think that Docu is going to begin following GME cycles. They seem to be compounding interest there in a very similar way. Which I think is even more interesting because of the amount of institutional interest in Docu. It seems like a bad target. They tend to want, high like retail ownership in these stocks because they're more likely to just hold. but maybe they're just getting desperate, trying to find more volatility plays, or it dropped into a range cheap enough where they think that the volatility is worth playing. Thanks, Ewan. I think I speak for the rest of us when I say we want more ads. Eh. It ended on like, I don't know, and I haven't talked to him in a couple years, but it ended on like a decent tone. I mean, he just like hit me up on Discord and was like, "Hey man, you got some time to chat? Like, I saw some of the work you've been doing lately on YouTube." And like, and so we were talking. We talked like a little bit about GameStop. Because I was, you know, feeling out his take on some of the stuff that's been going on, and he seemed moderately uninformed, but more informed than he should be. So he's probably selling covered calls on it or CSPs. GameStop's a really popular wheel target because the IV is so high, right? One of these days, the market's going to do a thing. May not be today or tomorrow or in the next 2 months. These things start shorting docu short term and then going long docu long term. Well, so my buddy changed some of the timing on the scanner, and so it should be picking up the call buying in advance of a run. So, you know, after we see that large, you know, drop under delta sensitivity, right? Then on the rebound, we start to see huge numbers of calls being bought. So call volume goes way up. And then the price tends to stagnate for a little bit before running. So I'm curious to see if it's going to run now or if this call buying is like further dated, like past June, you know? So are they targeting OPEC specifically or not? Because I feel like we see a lot of institutions missing out on these OPEX runs because call interest is so high on quad witching. So like June 17th, like call interest is pretty high, right? But like if you look further out where options would capture the OPEX run, not a lot of interest. And so I can't tell if like institutions are lagging behind us in their understanding of the cycles and they're simply just rolling large call positions, or if they're just selling large amounts of call OI into the OPEX run and then flipping long the following week. When are you going to be on Cribs? You want a tour of my fucking 900 square foot apartment? I get ads all the time. You know, even if I turn them off, you'll still get ads. Like if I turn them off on my end, you'll get ads. It doesn't matter. I've tried both. Volgovana White, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Thanks, Space Cadet.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 5-10 weekly.
I don't know what highs we're gonna see on the moon, right? I'm positioned at 10, 11, and $12 strikes. I think it will keep going up. I don't know how much. I would say it's pretty unpredictable where the peak will lie. But I think right now it's going to keep grinding up further. Probably into early summer. So I would expect, 14, 15, but it could go even higher. Where did an institution get burned playing the cycles due to the month deferral, and they aren't playing the cycles? I mean, getting burned wouldn't keep them out. My mom has a finance degree, so she's skeptical of retail trading in general, as well as me knowing the market. I told her about on Tesla, BBY, GME, and she's convinced I'm an idiot, but not wrong. Okay. Spy, higher lows, or rug pull? I mean, every double bottom today has been higher than the one before it. I would say that the upward pressure is greater, but it's weird that we're not seeing a breakout. I mean, there's really nothing that should be suppressing the price one way or the other. And this, the only thing I can really think of is repositioning after the expirations last week. And because the call interest or options interest is so high going into this week. But I think I'm to hold most of my long positions overnight into tomorrow. Unless we see some serious price action today. Oil's approaching 114. It's getting up there. Are we planning on selling CC this week? Probably tomorrow or Wednesday. Not today. $38 million to traded today? I would say it's about average for this time of day. That's not a lot. Index is doing a little pop. Yeah, I see that. IV's moving up on some of it too. Docu seems to be pretty illiquid. It's kind of interesting. I need to dig more into the company, insider positions, stuff like that. Because if they're doing this on GameStop, there's no way they're not doing it on other stocks, right? And not just the ones in the basket. There has to be more to it than that. There has to be stocks that have even more liquid ETFs, right? And more ETF like Apple. Like Apple's like king of the ETFs. It's like the most heavily weighted stock in every ETF in existence. At least every index tracking ETF. Not to mention there's Apple has its own ETFs like 3x Apple and shit like that. Last two ads I saw here happen immediately after Girk says, I'll be right back. Incredible coincidence. I think it triggers them when the mic shuts off. Like if there's no sound. So much liquidity is basically applesauce. What percent do you think the SPY and GME would go up if Ukraine war ended very soon? I don't know how much GameStop is directly affected by the war in Ukraine. Yeah, it's very capital intensive, and I don't know. It's hard to figure out because I'm still trying to define how they choose the stocks that are best suited for this. Because one day they won't do it on GameStop anymore. But I don't expect them to just throw away the play, right? It's too valuable. Hmm. I think the SPY might keep pushing up. Hey, we hit 2 million volume. Bottoming out here? Our pre-market volume was pretty high today too. 41,000 right before I started the stream. The Dow just moving up hard. Yeah, the Dow's outperforming the SPY today. Maybe we're starting to see some money flow back into value stocks. That's a good sign. Oh. Hmm. Interesting. What the fuck is that? Huh. Ooh. Hmm. interesting. Hmm. A couple. Sorry, getting wrapped up in the. Jimmy is trading below T-Wop. All stocks are suitable. It's the human centipede thought experiment gamed out. If you have these swaps on all stocks, you have the ability to control price. You can skim at will. Agreed to some extent, but they're stocks that present far greater opportunity than others. How's V looking month and a half out? I mean, it looks good to break 200 on a move to the upside. Maybe 202. I mean, that'll largely depend on if we see a bounce here, but if we do, it can move pretty hard. It tends to move overnight. So does Caterpillar has a lot of really weird big overnight moves as well. After a cursory glance at Fintel, Docu has insider ownership of 50% and institutional ownership of 90%. Telltale signs of totally not manipulated stock. Yeah, that doesn't sound manipulated at all. Insider ownership is shares outstanding, right? So institutions can still own 90% of the free float. Just realized I'm commenting on yesterday's video instead of today's. I didn't ask anything important. I just wanted to share my stupidity. It's all good, man. This video consists of you saying, interesting, and not expanding on it, and getting us hyped that you found the MOASS trigger. It has nothing to do with MOASS. I was looking at Sherwin-Williams. What do you think of Cat at this price? Yeah, it looks like it's going to try to break back to the upside. So, it can move up to like 212. Oh, shit. Where did that come from? Oh, fucking bullshit. Why don't they have a fucking undo button on this shit platform? $210 seems to be the strong resistance for this like downside move. But the bounce here looks strong off of 203. I have some weeklies, but I'll probably move into some 210s for July. Depending on how they're priced. Yeah. I like the OI is starting to pick up, so yeah, I should just fucking buy them now, right? Why wait? See, my problem here is what if we get rejected at like 210.50? There could be some serious downside after that. Maybe I'll just stick with the position I have. I don't know. It's tricky. I don't mind 207.50s. I don't love 210s right now, frankly. I'd almost rather get like 215s at, you know, a breakout of 210. Have you looked at smooth entropy on Docu? No. I should have undo bet on my paper trading account. Jimmy clawing back a little bit. Those are both of shares outstanding? Oh, interesting. That could be due to delayed 13F reporting, though. Which, anytime you see ownership of the float reported in excess of the existing float, is generally true. It's just that the old, like the old 13Fs haven't been updated. ETF FTDs are due T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3. It's actually plus 2. Well, plus or minus like that. Or no, 3. Right. So if ACH 48-hour window, so it's like 2 or 3 essentially. Some of the ETFs have a faster ACH settlement period for cash settled FTDs. But I think most of the ones we're concerned with are on the 3-day. So 2 plus 1. This is WeBull. For I'm a European broker, it shows that GME can experience trading halts. Last time it did that was during the Jan sneeze. Interesting. Very compelling yuns. Hey, holy shit, it's doing a thing. Watch, it just gets defeated fucking 10 cents higher. This is gonna be the entire fucking day. Just enough to keep me holding, and then they tank it overnight. Just so you guys know, especially when trading options, not all options have to be out of the money. You don't have to buy out of the money options. Very, very frequently I will buy them in the money as well. Some can be far out of the money. Say that to my greed. Yeah, but moves like this are, if you're using options, like small moves like this, right? You know, if you're buying a 400 in the money here and then selling it here, you know, it's a lot better than buying a 402 and gambling on it breaking to the upside of the resistance. Because then you can just sell at resistance, right? You don't give a shit what happens. But less fun when you watch all your gains go away on a downtick. Less sensitive to that, actually. I know you don't like BBIG, but it seems it's doing a thing. Wednesday is a record date for the Tide thing. I'd probably be interested in it if I wanted to buy a stock, but I wouldn't play options. Every time I play options on that fucking stock, I walk away like net $0. And the IVs, like the cost with the IV as high as it is just ridiculous. Also, with delayed settlement, like just because an event happens doesn't mean you're going to see the effect of that event immediately. I didn't publish a daily DD today. I woke up very, very late. But I will do like a write up at the end of the day. I used to lose so much money on out of the money options, and I read a book where a guy insists on buying Delta 0.7. I started doing that and immediately saw an improvement in my trading. Yeah. Especially when I trade the SPY, I will buy, and I'm using like 0 DTEs because I don't want theta eating my position all day. I'll buy pretty deep in the money calls to capture small moves. I've been like, I don't know, I've just been like reading like people's positions and stuff on trades over on like Billionaires, so I wanted to bring that up because I see it happening a lot. Like people, you know, are targeting moves in like this range, like whatever. Say we are talking about the SPY, and they're buying like 401s and 402s, 0 DTE, right? But if this takes a couple hours, all your theta is gone, and your call will be dead by the time it even tests the resistance. So by the time it tests the resistance on a 0 DTE, you know your fucking call is already worthless. So it's got to go like then it's got to go deep in the money for you to see any gains. You've got to hit like 402.50 or 403 before you start to recoup some of those losses. Whereas like, you know, if you buy like 399s or 400s, you know, you'll already be profitable on the test of 402. Has it already been discussed that the short percentage of the float for BBY is at 84? That's like 30% higher than the last report. Interesting. Well, I mean, it seems obvious based on its price action, but the fact that it's reported is How low can we go after ETF covering? I got 10K to invest and would love to buy as low as possible. Potentially down into the 60s right now, based on the current Vega neutral. Buying in the money calls does not fit my risk management model. All right. Well, just something I thought I would note. I mean, sure, you might lose a little leverage in your positions, but you'll have more profitable positions. Fidelity's stating 30% short. Other places are showing it far higher. Yahoo. Curious. I feel like that's a pretty big fucking jump in reported short interest. More than that, it interests me that it's reported. Hmm. That money we about to rip. It looks good. Pro 250 has some resistance. You assume that the stock price goes higher than when I purchased it. Fair. Also, if you're scalping or chasing, buying in the money calls is more profitable. So if something's already running and you're buying in, you should buy in the money. Then trying to like chase the next resistance. Don't get me wrong, there's reasons to do both, but just think if I buy in the money calls, I will lose as much money as I do, as opposed to buying top of the chain options as true degenerate. Yeah. Even more so on stocks that don't have a lot of IV and are like super sensitive to fluctuations and implied volatility, like things that aren't GameStop. How do you feel about cat in the next month? It looks good. Like the bounce right now looks good, but I wouldn't say it's very confirmed. When's the next XRT rebalancing? S&P indices rebalance again in June. In quad witching. I actually think they're both pretty good options for a recession. GME and BBBY. GME more so than BBBY, but I think BBBY can find its niche in a recession. Does it look like GME is being suppressed? I mean, we know they started compounding positions last week, so yeah. And today with the COO announcement, that could be heavily affecting our price action. I think we got hit a little harder today than normal. And we had no like active fund flow backing us up, right? Because the SPY's just been chopping. There may be something I'm missing here as to why the SPY is so range bound. Um like this almost seems like leading into big economic news, but I can't identify any big economic news coming this week. Or at least today and tomorrow. I know Bullard speaks tomorrow morning, which I'm not a fan of because he's super fucking hawkish. I'm experimenting with trailing stops to buy into positions now, so I can follow movement and trigger on turnarounds. That's a way to do it, yeah. I set a lot of limit buys for especially for options within my like target range. Maybe some bullshit about Powell. J-Pow tomorrow. What time? Fed chair speech 2 p.m. Fucking Hawker's talking tomorrow and Bullard. And then J-Pow in the afternoon. Maybe, but why today? Like usually the stagnation that precedes those speeches like are the day of those speeches. Although tomorrow is loaded kind of with different Fed talks. We got Bullard at 8, Hawker at 9:15, Powell at 2, Mester at 2:30, and Evans at fucking 6:45. You know what is tomorrow that might be kind of interesting is retail sales. And retail sales excluding gas and auto. That could be industrial productions tomorrow. Housing market, probably not too much of an effect. Also, the 52-week bill auction is tomorrow. Bill auction is tomorrow at 11:30. There's literally a guy named Hawker. Yeah. With all those Fed talks tomorrow, and probably the majority of them being hawkish, I don't see why the longs don't push for their calls today. Then there's so much call buying Friday. Like, why not try to get some value out of them today? No daily DD today. I woke up too late. Sorry. Dalio bought cash out of Tesla, bought stakes in GameStop and AMC. Securities Exchange Commission filing shows. How big a stakes? I mean, it seems that Bullard's the most hawkish one out of all of them. $4,100 shares of GameStop? That's completely fucking insignificant. It's not even worth a report. Still bullish that Dalio is in on it. I don't really know of any stock plays that he's been in on that were super phenomenal. And it's not necessarily Dalio's in on it, right? It's like his fund. Bridgewater. 3.1 million GameStop shares in March 2018. The position was worth 40 million at the time. Yeah, he could have been in and out really quickly too. I mean, it's a pretty small position. I'd be interested to see if it went up. No, I don't have to disclose my shareholding. AMD breaking up bullishly from a bearish triangle on the 5-minute. Hmm. Kind of looks like it's just heading back for another low again. It cut up 1% today. Hmm. No, you don't have to disclose as a private investor. Not unless you own like more than 5%. Large $70 XRT puts expiring this Friday. Do you think they will affect GME? They could, yeah. I think they'll be rolled forward though. Peanut butter pickles. If you worked at a financial institution, a couple. SPY puts for the hawkish news pre-market, then calls with the profit for Powell's speech. SPY puts for the hawkish news pre-market, then calls with the profit for the Powell speech. Possibly. I don't know if with Powell speaking same day, I don't know how much effect Bullard and the rest of them will have in the early part of the day. SPY rejected at 404.10. I mean, it's the trend is bullish, but it's very weak. I got some VXX July calls. What are we gambling on? I'm not sure. I've never seen BoJack. I think I watched like one season of it, but I don't remember the characters. Ugh. It gets much better over time. USO breaking out like you said. Nice. What if RC is talking about the song Two Becomes One from the Spice Girls? He might be. I think RC really means zig a zig ah. Yeah, I mean, the most important day for coming up for GME in the near term is going to be the shareholders meeting. That's a nice bounce on the SPY. Volume, maybe? Would be cool. Are you hyped for next week? Even if they don't run it, I am. And if it's cheap, yeah. If we drop down into the levels that we're looking at, then that's fucking bullish as shit. End of day price prediction for GME today, please. I think we can maybe. I mean, if the market continues on its trend, we might move back up into this like 93, 94 range right here. Like that. Although, if the market continues to do this choppy bullshit, we'll probably just stay relatively in this range. Just under that resistance. We'll need some active fund flow to push us up. Don't fund my TED calls. What's so special next week? Well, the ETF FTDs are drying up, right? And even with GEX still kind of due, we may have seen the last of them if they covered early. So, you know, we might have a little more volatility tomorrow, but that could be the end of the 2 days of running that we had on Thursday and Friday could be just the end of the FTDs, right? And if that's the case, because remember the effects are weaker, you have diminishing returns on them. As they clear them out, because the previous day's volume can clear out FTDs the following days, right? And then I think once those FTDs are done, also SLD on Wednesday, and the positions of the current hedge to the downside at like 75, 65, 55. Looks like they're targeting a move down into this range. You were pretty much an active fund. Eh. Only volume during the first hour and still down about 6%. Yep. Are you buying puts? Not my cost basis, yeah. I don't think we'll go below my cost basis, but if we do. Patel had connections to Citadel. Who gives a shit? I think they're letting the fox in the hen house. I know people who've worked at Citadel and they hated it. I can't imagine anybody with former connections to them is fond of them. He shot you and Trade Spotting during a stream again. Last one was awesome. Probably not. I don't know. I've tried since that last one, and then he tried for a while, and I was busy, and then it kind of just never happened. And then now I think I don't know. I think we've moved further apart in most regards. Not that we were that similar in the beginning, but we haven't dug through the FTD data yet. Why is NBEV up 70% today with volume 7 times normal? I don't know. Is there some news? I think Dave Lauer is a huge asset to Dave Lauer. I don't know how much his interests are aligned with the community besides his activism role. I think his interest in GameStop is mostly that, and then, also his platform. I'm not saying he's a shill. He's been fighting for transparency for far longer than GameStop's been a thing. But I don't think his interests are aligned with the community's interests at all. How much money should one have outside of that activism role? How much money should one have to make a reasonable options play on GME? I'm trying to save up enough to be able to afford something better than weeklies. I mean, I hope you understand the risk, but it depends on the pricing. Um, with GameStop, you almost have to be a little bit out of the money. So, you know, they can be quite expensive, especially further out. 1,000 to call, sometimes more. Buying puts the next best option to make money on the downside. Yeah. And as long as you're not exercising the puts, there's no lasting negative effect on the stock, right? Yeah, it's not easy to get jobs at Citadel. Isn't monthly OPEX this week? It is, the 20th. The advantage of buying multiple calls is in exiting your position. It gives you more time to strategize your exit over the course of the run, especially because of the high volatility. Also, having calls that are guaranteed to go in the money and having calls that are out of the money to just capture extrinsic value profits both have their place. One gives you more leverage, one's more risk averse. So it's nice to have a decent amount of strikes. How do you assess which strikes to choose? I do it based on previous support and resistance levels. Did they cover last week? I mean, likely a big chunk of it, right? We had a lot of volume. Last day for May OPEX? The last day for May OPEX is the 24th, I believe. Is it the 24th or the 25th? 25th. I don't think anything's gonna really come of the May OPEX period, though. Does buying puts generate more contracts that can be exercised by whoever you sell to, though? You're not selling to anyone when you buy puts. If the MM needs to sell one, they'll sell you one if there's demand for them to be bought. What is monthly OPEX cause price movement and not weekly OPEX? Interest in the call contracts primarily. And the monthly OPEX really doesn't cause monthly OPEXs generally don't cause a lot of movement either. There was the quarterly ones that were. Except we saw it moved to a different quarter. That's all that happened from Feb to May or Feb to March. But you can look at the effects of like September OPEX last year, minimal, right? June OPEX last year, minimal effect. Actually, I think April OPEX last year was kind of interesting, but FTDs were still really high, and so was call interest back then. Like retail interest was still really high during that period, and GME FTDs were also still stacking up. So we saw a little bit more effect back then from that, but not much. Like on the options chain, volume and interest will always be highest for leaps. And then quarterlies. And then monthlies. And then weeklies, usually interest only is like from Wednesday through the like Friday. Yeah, I know it's super thick. I don't know why it keeps changing. Ah, yes, nice and easy to read. Exactly. What is the CERN deal supposed to get approved, denied? I have no idea. I just bought some puts. If they print, cool. The profit saving about the same if you exercise versus selling? I mean, you won't, if you exercise, you won't capture the volatility. Yeah, Rentec seems to position on the lows, waiting for the next move up. They did it in November too. Or August. Yeah, August. Right before August, Rentec bought in. Like 600 million shares. They definitely sold on the run. But yeah, I heard they bought back in again. They're just playing the cycles. The FTDs drop off dramatically starting tomorrow or Wednesday? Tomorrow. They're much lower. So I don't think. So we don't think the 5.9 million on Friday is likely, and the likely 3 million close today is evidence of FTDs from early last week just draining away. ETFs all the way. I mean, the volume from the ETF period drains away. It was highest, you know, in the first few days, and then diminishes into the peak, which we're approaching. Tomorrow would be the lowest volume of the days from, you know, the expected FTD days. This is, unfortunately, that doesn't really prove either of us right. But we agreed 4.2 million volume, higher than 4.2 million volume Friday, and I was right. So she can't come back in and fucking argue the opposition now. That was the bet. I won. Fuck New Jersey. It is. I know it's close. But there could be a multitude of factors that affect that neither of us are right about. Today is odd. Either way, because gamma exposure from last Friday is still there, but obviously not being covered. Because it should be fairly significant. At least volumetrically. I'm not saying we're going to see a significant improvement in price, but I think we should be seeing more volume today than we're seeing, which means tomorrow. Otherwise, for the T+2. But I think we see that market wide. I think we see a hesitancy to cover that gamma exposure from last week's move to the upside. So we just burned 1.2 million in $100 calls this week. Maybe. Wait. What was an estimated red text average price at 166? Not sure how accurate or current that is. I have no idea. That could be current. Although that would indicate that they probably sold in March. When's the 13F from? When does it say they entered the position? I don't have a hangover. I was just up all night watching the market. Okay, SPY's trying to push up higher again. $331.22. Okay, so they bought like at the top? That's weird. Market value 51 million. 306,000 shares. Source date 31, reported 513, 41st. Estimated average price. Okay, so they're just estimating the average price based on the average price in the time period? That doesn't mean that's when they bought, though. I would say if they bought more recently. No calls? Interesting. Right on the 527, 30K puts down to only 290. Rare to see narrow in BTC options. Looks like a lot of people are betting on the short side, right? Is OI just super fucking high? It is weird to see the spread thinning that much in BTC options. Not that I know directly from experience. I don't play them, but I've heard tell of the ridiculous spreads. Is wheat gonna make us rich? I don't know if it's gonna make us rich, but it might pay for bread for a year. You stay up all night watching the market and all day covering the market. No wonder your buddy thinks you're out of your mind, offering free education to plebs. I mean, I have positions too, right? I'm not staying up all night for you guys. I'm staying up all night for me. Our interests are just aligned. Why Jimmy gets slammed whenever it tries to break 93? It's cheaper to net settle at 93 than it is at 94. Do you think we'll see GME's low for this cycle this week before climbing up heading into earnings? Not necessarily. Um, Historically, we would see the low for the cycle after earnings. OI is 5K. WI for sure heavy on the puts. The 11K OI and 45K calls are the same day. Likely low cost hedging. Yeah, maybe. That's it. I'm unsubscribing because you don't stay up for me. I mean, I could get up for you, Matt R, but it's gonna take some work on your part. No calls for round tech. I don't see any options positions, so the data might just be wrong. Okay. I mean, they didn't buy the last time when they were in and out with 600,000 shares. They didn't fucking. I don't think they had any call positions either. Tweet something bullish about GME and see what the stock does. That's about a bunch of rig and AMD. Good plays. Fucking Rentec, same like Dillionaire? What the fuck? Which one of you works for fucking Rentec? Be honest, out with it. You're stealing my picks. I want in on the fucking medallion fund. Pretty sure you need a physics PhD, maybe math PhD minimum to work there. No. I know people who work there who don't have either of those things. To be a quant there, yeah. They're very selective in their hiring process. Peter Brown stealing my fucking pickles picks. It's bullshit. The medallion fund's their employee only fund. It's performed very well. We don't know what date Rentec up their position because they don't tell you that. What's heavy on the 25K, 25K and 30K, but BE on the 25K will never hit. We're dropping long play puts, but weeklies are best just because of volume. Not enough players in the game. Yeah. I've never really gotten into the derivatives on Bitcoin. I feel like there's got to be a lot of manipulation of the spread there just because of the low interest. Is it just weird? Does Bubba look like it's preparing to do another after hours jump? I should say that my calls hope so, but we'll see. I must prefer Baba in this like 80 to 100 range than when it's just trading normally. Hard to make a case for Baba being worth less than $80 a share. Good time to start buying shares and average down. Do you see us going down into the 70s or lower? I do, and I think that's an excellent opportunity to do so. Sub 90s very good. Sub 80s phenomenal. Fancy PhD physicists algorithms. Sure. I mean, they're a quantitative fund, right? They use mathematical and statistical analysis. They're big boys. I mean, and very notably very profitable. They were interestingly in on Spurt as well. Is Rentec an active fund? Very. No, Jimmy's not dead. Are we ever going to see Jimmy at 100 this cycle? What do you mean? Is it going to go back to 100? It was fucking 100 the last 2 trading days, Yunes. I don't know what you're talking about. We hit fucking gamma neutral like hard twice on Thursday and Friday. I feel like they kind of match your trading to an extent. Very math heavy with lots of focus on volatility and momentum. I don't know what you're talking about. Have you tried to buy sell GME July contracts? The spread is ridiculous, and I get no fills every time. I'd either keep lowering my price, and there's no buyer till it's almost bid versus and almost bid and vice versa. I haven't been buying them, but it'll be better after the May contracts close out. Level 6. At some point in the last quarter, you'll never know what day. He bought like Dalio bought like barely anything. It's super insignificant position. Did you see Haley's updates? Thoughts? I did. I was very interested in the shift down in Vega neutral because it's so rapid. Also the VXX thing looks super fucking compelling based on the historical data on GameStop and some expectations on VXX as well due to that. So you know what happened with Barclays and VXX, right, Gaff? They were unable to issue more shares and became unlinked from their like forward contract. It reminds me a lot of like oh, what was that fucking other ETN? The natural gas one. DGAZF, was that it? DZAGF? Yeah, that's it's just fucking something like that. So I'm wondering if if they have to close the fund. Fuck you guys. All right. I'll just find it. It was like DGAZF, right? Yeah, it was DGAZF, which is a 3x inverse natural gas fund, but it also became decoupled and they shut it down. And when they shut it down, it squeezed crazy fucking hard. And if you, I don't know, it's interesting. It's super risky. I don't suggest anybody play it, but we're approaching that like FINRA deferral period for a margin call, and I'm really interested in what happened over there because the short positions got blown up, but that move to $40 wasn't sufficient. That's the problem. Is VXX isn't a market hedge, AJ. It's no longer tracking VIX futures. It's trading independently of that. As far as I know, it's still no longer tracking VIX futures. Price target for wheat, $14 to $15. I'll follow the trend after that point. I think it could go up far higher. My time frame is mid-summer, mid to late summer. Up by October, yeah. So I have October, and I have I don't have a lot, but I have some. I think on my other account I have some calls for like July at 10, if I'm not mistaken. And then in October I have 10, 11, and 12. I don't think I'm gonna buy any more calls out of the money. But the interest is already pretty high in that range. There could be an opportunity to still enter it, but I don't think I would at this point. What is VXX tracking then? I don't know if it is. I think it's simply trading its own shares. Did DAGZF really go from 400 to 25,000? Yeah. The tank on Vega neutral was unexpected even by my bear standards. Didn't expect to see a bottom fall out so fast. The movements like that ahead of the annual meeting would be odd. Yeah, I agree, and I think it's because they shed that massive in the money hedge. There's like in the money puts they bought that spiked the call skew so hard. I think they shed those on the double test of 108, right? Because they're in the money and they got them at like the $80 range. So, they're not only did they realize the profit immediately, but that's a huge move. And so I think them shedding that had a big effect on the dropping in the Vega neutral, but also, that's a lot of positional movement in far dated options, which could be more hedging of the replicating baskets due to the massive spike in IV that we saw last week. But I need to dig into that more. It is weird that Vega neutral fell off so fast. It's unusual for it to move that quickly. But I mean, it's still within our like the expectation of their low side hedge, right? Where they their puts to the downside, their long puts are between like they're like 80, 75, 65 and 55. So if that's what they're targeting to the downside, it tracks. How far did you enter your VXX position? I bought July's, but I'm gonna buy more. I just tested Friday's high. Oh, nice. Well, now it's pushing through. Yep. There's a resistance, though. 405 is a big one. This makes me feel more and more like they were just trying to burn calls all day. Jimmy active pressure being internalized. I would say to some degree. I'm sure our dark pool utilization for today is going to go up even more. But that's not always bad, right? That can just mean, if there's a seller, there's a buyer. Why are you still playing VXX if it's decoupled from the VIX? Or did I misunderstand you? I think you might have misunderstood me. The play has nothing to do with the VIX. I think people over short VXX when it became decoupled are called and are gonna and Barclays is probably gonna close those fucking ETNs that they blew up, right? And ETNs are tricky. They're not like an ETF. They have a locked float size. Which means they absolutely can fucking squeeze, especially if they get delisted. It's really compelling, but nothing may happen at all, right? They burn calls today, then upwards move tomorrow, or calls burn now, pressure relieved, meaning no upwards movement rest of the week. But it depends on if people held or not. I don't think they really dropped this price sufficiently to get people out of long positions. And they might have shaken some interest out, but probably not enough. Who's a seller? Why does it matter if calls, puts are bought versus sold? Because it means different things positionally. So we're looking at their positioning. We don't care about the buyer on calls and puts, right? That's just the MM. Because there's always a buyer for a sold call, right? And there's always a seller for a buyer that wants to purchase a call or a put. That's, you know, the MM's creating liquidity within the options market and making a market for the underlying. You know, if they're delta neutral, then they simply make money on the spread by providing those contracts. Cat doing some things. What are the resistance levels we're looking at? 210 primarily. I like the things Cat's doing, I'll tell you that much. It's like they never held GME calls before. I've been destitute since market open. I'll be rich for 5 minutes at some point today and fuck it up. When you got it this way, do you think you'd have to reread the same question over and over? Makes you really think about saying, if I had a nickel, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, it really does sometimes. I don't know. When I got into this, I never expected it to be very popular. Yeah, I'd actually just left like a trading Discord that I was part of for a long time because they got real fucking weird. And I was kind of thinking like maybe there'd be like 15 people on stream or something, and we just like hang out and trade stocks. I never thought it would end up anywhere near this big. Not even close. I had no idea. Like at the time, like, you know, people were reading like 300 people were reading like my daily DD, right? It wasn't like crazy or anything. I was like, no one's gonna want to watch this shit all day. I was wrong. I was very wrong. Safe has 600k volume candle. Interesting. Were they getting into Herbalife? No, they were getting really, really deep into like weird conspiracy QAnon shit. And like it wasn't QAnon. It had to do with like Credit Suisse and Goldman Sachs and like something about Jews controlling all the money. I, it went way deeper than that, but it, it was no longer a trading Discord. Let's put it that way. Yeah. I don't even know where it came from. It came out of like left field. Like it was a trading Discord one day, and then a week later it was a full on conspiracy Discord. Yeah, so I noped out of there. Still ended up with a cult here. Yeah. But a level-headed cult with not a lot of belief systems. Just like the best kind, right? Well, they had this theory that Credit Suisse had like all the Nazi gold, and that Citadel was trying to, or not Citadel, Goldman Sachs was trying to like get it back. And it, you can see the kind of insane shit that led to, right? Exactly. Did they have some basis for their theory? Not really. Do you mean Deutsche Bank? No, I mean Goldman Sachs. I don't know. About 3 days into it, I went in and like the guy who ran the Discord had posted some extremely anti-Semitic cartoons on the announcements page, and I left and reported the server and never went back. Yeah, I'm not really into the weird, crazy conspiracy shit. Yeah, beyond my own, involving Beyonce and Left Eye Lopez. But you know, I'm not out to convince the world that that's true. I'm not a Jew. Thank you, Jay Fresh. Are there Italian Jews? That seems like an almost like an oxymoron. Oh yeah, Patton Oswalt killing his wife. I don't even know if that's a theory. That just seems to be true. He got married, remarried so quickly. She died under suspicious circumstances. His sadness was highly publicized. Why would I be secretly anti-Semitic? Tons of Persian Jews. Anyone can practice Judaism, yes. I don't know why people dislike Jews. I've had friends that are Jewish. They're super cool. I don't really understand where the sentiment comes from. Historically, probably the insular nature of their community made them of their communities, which they did to protect themselves, made them unpopular. Jesus Christ was a Jew. I mean, they're overrepresented in the upper echelons of society. Hmm. I mean, they didn't used to be. That's more of like a 20th, 21st century thing, right? Jesus Christ was also a superstar. We're gonna get into this whole fucking religious skew. Can we just trade stocks? I don't care about the source of conspiracies against people of the Jewish faith. Why do you hate Catholics? I hate anybody that adheres to a belief system. It's fucking stupid. All belief systems, whether they be religious or not, are dumb. I don't adhere to capitalism. It's just a thing. This is GME a belief system? Sometimes. Are you atheist or agnostic? I feel like I just answered that question, average Joe. Yeah, I am Walford. I agree. What about the Church of VWAP? That's different. Don't you ever disparage our goddess? Believe in our Lord and Savior, J. Pow. Jimmy behaving like cat? I mean, it's sorta. If this tests 210 today, I'm closing my calls. What's the fucking TQQQ doing? I'm gonna close all my shit, and then everything's gonna rally hard tomorrow. I'm gonna be pissed. I don't know, man. I don't want to fucking hold calls into Bullard opening his fucking mouth again. Oh, gaff. EPAM's getting more liquid, by the way. Do you like pickled okra? I don't think I've had fried okra. It's not my favorite, but it was well made. When wrist rowing cam Twitch stream, I don't know if that's gonna be a thing, Bristlino. So I just stream my wrist while rowing. I think it's going up. I think it's gonna go up hard. You bitch. What do you think of go to? I don't know what it is. I don't like it. What does it do? I definitely have no interest in putting any money into a Chinese SPAC. Any SPACs for that matter, but definitely not this one. You think another test of gamma neutral is possible tomorrow? Maybe, but it's lower now. You're still expecting a run up into the split. Is there any way I could look for a recent summary of your thoughts and predictions? Yesterday's members only stream, which I opened up to everyone. Sliv Mizzet. Still love that name. No, I didn't. I missed the daily today. I overslept. Where's gamma neutral now? Like 100 something, I think. Let me double check. Might be a little bit off, but 105. So a little lower, about $3 lower than it was Friday. But yeah, some calls were sold, right? Profits captured on both of those runs. So it's expected. You got it, dude. No, it's a SPAC. SPACs are scams. If it runs, I'll short the top. How's that sound? Daily means you do it every day. Listen, I didn't have an extra hour and a half this morning to fucking write it up. Okay, JC? Shill. That's it. No Guybrush for 1 week. How could you? Are you gonna buy BlackRock shares after MOASS and appoint yourself on the board? No, probably not. Jimmy go, Why do I feel like that's an overstatement? How's that guh? It just failed the test. It's like falling back to resistance. Guh would be like it fell back below 91. Jerome Powell already is the most powerful entity in the federal government. You just buy cat? No. I bought cat earlier today. Pip's on G is okay wherever he is. I think he's just a fictional character. He's not like Frag, where his appearances have real pronounced effect on the market. Go-To was one of Charlie's vids picks. What's he doing picking stocks? He's a fucking car salesman. You can sell a car, you can sell a covered call. Pretty bullish on AMD. Everything's gonna fucking run hard in after hours, and it's all gonna tank by market open tomorrow. All the gamma exposure from last week covered after the market closes to ensure retail capitulation on their call positions. This is the world we live in. Accept it. Listen to the member stream 125 yesterday, and you sounded completely normal. I now realize how slow you talk. This is why people think you're a stoner. Oh, interesting. Do I talk slowly? Maybe. I pause for dramatic effect a lot. But only when I'm saying really compelling shit, right? Charlie's it's the epitome of if you want to be anything, you too can be a Twitter stock trader with 75% bot following. Hold on, is fully bot followed influencing same like universal income? Like if all of your followers are bots, but you're making ad revenue, huh? You talk very clearly. Thank you. Keep in mind, you're explaining stock stuff to 5-year-olds, so talking slowly is fine. I appreciate you talking slowly so us poorest can understand. Well, thank you, Mr. Poopy Pants. I'm not trying to destroy stoners. I don't care if people are stoners. It doesn't bother me. I'm not like trying to legalize weed just because I don't like it. I think it's hysterical that people are like, this guy doesn't like weed. He's a piece of shit. Like, where does that come from? I am chronically sleep deprived. That's true. Talking a southern accent. I've thought about just only doing a southern accent for the stream. Yeah, I fucking did empty space. Maybe I seem like a stoner because everyone I'm talking to all day are mostly stoned. Congratulations, Hestia Hearthtender. That's a lot of intraday poops. Give us your best. We'll see. One day. I've done a southern accent once before. Mostly when talking about wheat. But well, that was more Texas. This is a goddamn finance channel. Stop asking me to do accents. For your glaucoma. That makes sense. The last time you smoked a cigarette? 3 years ago? The bad part about that is I started smoking when I was like 12. 13? 13. So I had a good run, you know. Last time I smoked a marijuana cigarette. 20 been a while. 24? The hell were you stressed at 12 about? I was poor. My parents weren't making enough money. What do you think I was stressed about? I wanted shit and I had no money. Fucking stressful. Yeah, I had those. I believe they were called turquoise. Mr. Ko-Fi. I have dry powder for the dip. I worry about after hours announcement driving the price up. Is it smart to buy end of day with stop loss, sell the next morning to capture potential upside? Why don't you just fucking like DCA over the next couple weeks? If you got some money saved up, you know, just figure out how many days till June OPEX and then fucking divide your money by that number of days. And you'll end up at an average price somewhere in the range we trade. Disney's California Adventure. Oh, I missed your Ko-Fi. I'm sorry. I'm on it, walking. What are the chances my 90cc that expires next Friday gets called away early if we run tomorrow? Pretty fucking slim. Especially if it expires next Friday, walking. Do you think Oxy just keeps climbing for here? I keep buying calls and taking profits into higher strikes and it keeps going. Yeah, I just bought a bunch once and it just keeps going. But yeah, I think it's got more room to the upside. The potential's there, especially as we move into summer and gas prices rise seasonally. I missed your Ko-Fi too? No, I didn't. Fucking god, banned by Polar Bear. He's a goddamn liar. What's your opinion of coin at these prices? Eh, kind of my opinion of coin when it was at $300 a share. Everything needs to rest after it's cooked, Stefan. Any meat, you should rest after you cook it. Fish, not so much, but it's still, you want the meat to relax. Makes it more tender. It's good. It's good to let it rest. You want to let it get down to room temperature to promote higher bacteria growth. Perfect. I missed my Ko-Fi a few months ago, but now I forgot the question. Been married for 7 years and have 3 kids. My meat's been resting for a while now. You know, it might be past its expiration date, Mr. Diggs. I read a Serious Eats article about reverse searing, and they said it doesn't require resting. That's because there's a resting period before you sear it. And you're not heating it. You're not, when you sear it, you're just browning the outside, right? You're not heating it up deep inside of it. Take me out of timeout right now. I didn't time you out. Crypto is a scam. I didn't say that. It's not a scam. It's just unlikely to be successful in its current form. Do you brine your steak? Not in like liquid. Not like I dry it and then like coat it in salt. Let it sit for about like 30 minutes to an hour, room temp. Like, I mean, coat it in salt, like rock salt. I get like a shitload of it on there, and then you brush all the salt off and cook it. That works really well for tougher cuts too. Like if they're not very good, like a New York strip, especially because they suck. What? How did the New York strip get elevated to such a level? It's just vastly inferior to the ribeye and the fillet. I guess the mod that signed him out should get a cut of that $3. Was it you, Fluffy? Filet isn't overrated. You're just wrong. Filet shouldn't be dry. Said to ban that mod, whoever it was, went easy on them. Fluffy stirred up some drama with Bipolar Bear. Interesting. Come on, Cenas. 2 minutes and the market can finally realize stuff for 50 more minutes. Are we gonna have a power hour today? We know it can't start till after 3:10. That's why the song's always so depressing. Hold on. I'm ready. We're always talking about Cenas in here. Probably next week. Stefan. Not this week at all. Maybe even the week after.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
We did it, but now I fear that the FTDs are the only thing keeping the market alive. And now everything's gonna die. Straight down hour. Nice, Stefan. Congratulations on what I assume is your first options position. Best of luck with it. Firm 50 greater than power hour. It's okay. Remember, it's estimated. It's 310 estimate is the closing time. We need a songs like closing time, last call for settlement. Nice, secure. Dan for Hire did the Cena song. June OPEX run during June or leading into June? It's during June. It starts after June 17th. Do you expect to run on tomorrow on GME? I have no idea. Not really. None of this is looking overly promising. And then Bullard's gonna talk in the morning and ruin everything. Why are the dates on week calls limited to July 15th and October 21st? You don't need anything else. RC tweeted, we must be smashing past 200 this week. You know, RC's tweeted a lot of times, and we haven't smashed past 200 on very many of them. August calls available after May 20th. They may be available that week. Like later this week. Or they'll be available next week. That's at the discretion of the OCC. You go into if and why you think we will or won't run for May OPEX. I don't believe they've built up a sufficient amount of obligations to cause a run during May OPEX. We could, but based on our historical cycle movement, it looks like we're going to run in June. I'm not saying they can't surprise us. They could. It's definitely on the table. It just doesn't look like they will. RC is tweeting, he's a troll. Prove me wrong. I wouldn't even try. I kind of believe it. Oh, you nasty Findom. You're going to make me tithe so hard. Cheers to another month of making money while watching green and red bars while I should be working. New York Strip Superiority Complex. Thank you, Expert Pug. Well played with your monthly chat. Personal favorite is rib cap. I wonder if I've ever had that. Huh. Thanks for stressing risk management always. I gotta have some bad calls with minimal losses from some tight stop limits. Nice, dude. Are my donations to the Church of Lady VWAP tax deductible? That's something I'll have to discuss with your accountant. It's like a fillet of ribeye, so the best of both worlds. Huh. Interesting. I feel like I've had one before, but I can't remember now. Are you buying calls from AOPEX then in case we run? Maybe a few, not a lot. How does weed have 9.4 million volume and it barcodes between a 1 cent range for 45 minutes? High frequency trading. Ugh, sorry. High frequency trading. Ow. I'll be right back. Borrow rate up? Ooh, that's a kind of a big bump. Is that IBKR? Hmm. Yeah, I didn't see anybody talking about the borrow rate. You sold CCs last Friday. Did you buy them back today? Sell them again tomorrow? I don't know. How much are they up? I probably wouldn't. I'd probably just let them expire worthless. Potentially, it could be too late for them to lower the borrow rate anymore. And I mentioned to you guys it'd be very interesting if they were unable to drop the borrow rate sufficiently in time for the next run. Maybe they haven't. That's a big bump. That's 1%. That's not small. I mean, it's small, but it's a sharp reversal in the trend, right? SLD starting, not early. Does it mean the MM is baking in a move they know is coming? Sort of. Probably not. Lawrence of Arabia. Man, we never really did make it back into that upper channel, huh? Oh well. You know what's currently happening with wheat? What do you mean? The barcoding? Just high frequency trading. It's either crime or extreme illiquidity. Yeah, Swafford. That very well could be. I'm here. What did I miss? The entire stream? You missed insights into my preferences for resting my meat. Broad, vague hints at things from my past. To elaborate on the mechanism behind increases or decreases in borrow rates. More shares borrowed, borrow rate goes up. Shares returned, borrow rate goes down. Did you go to a private school? When my parents could afford it. Why are we having higher lows? We should be having higher highs. I had a wicked hangover when I drank all that wine and it destroyed my sleep patterns. My parents bought very short-term positions on private schools. And then they couldn't afford to keep me in them. So I have to go back to regular school. Your parents zero DT in your education. Sometimes. Mm-mm. I met him when I was my first year in college. What if I told you I tweaked an indicator that predicts the peak of all GME volatility runs almost perfectly before it happens? Cool. You gotta get sulfate-free wine. Man, the market died so quickly. You think I'm BSing or that there is a flaw? Is that why you aren't at least curious? I'm sure there's a flaw. They're all flawed. But we already have that, so I don't really care. No, BBBY is not dead. You're just impatient. Stefan is not on the quant team, JC. Nope. Just sounds like you overheld some 100Cs. It's okay. I've overheld several call options today as well. What do you think GME will be end of the year? Well, if they split it less than it's trading at now. $3.50. We gotta stop gobbling up all this nut mix. $100, 6/17s. No, I close those on Friday. Hope. Who likes the Spice Girls? I mean, I do. I think the better question is who doesn't like the Spice Girls? Did you ever see the Spice Girls movie? It was phenomenal. You know, it'd be funny if SST runs on OPEX, like May OPEX. Release your new DD today? Maybe. Is it okay to be indifferent to the Spice Girls? No, but whatever. Nope, I can see you, Bull Mayo guy. June 24 calls seem to best capture this OPEC cycle. How wrong am I? Not wrong. They're just kind of illiquid right now. It's hard to move into any decent position because the spreads are so wide. Borrow rate over 6%. What mean? They're borrowing shares. It's not even like this. I was expecting fireworks today too, and instead we got not the smoke things from the grocery store, but you know those like little fucking paper balls you like throw on the ground and they go like Poppers? What the fuck are they called? I don't want to call them poppers because that means something else. Also available at the grocery store, but Snap Rocks? Whippersnappers? Whatever the fuck they're called. That's what today was. Not allowed to say whippersnappers without a whistly S. Yeah, I don't want to do it. Poppets? No, they exercised a shitload of negative delta, Stefan. Today's chart looks like the S&P. Nope, it looks way worse. S&P going up. GME going down. On 6-7. Or on the 6th. They exercised it on the 6th. That's why it ran overnight. T+2 from that, it's not really relevant. It wasn't that big of a move. A rough drop into close today. What's BBBY doing? Interesting. Well, outperforming GameStop. Hmm. Bull's dead? Who knows? Oh, this isn't that weird. SPY only at 65 million volume for the day. Yeah, pretty low. Liquidity seems kind of shit today, honestly. At least we know with the borrow rate going up that they were kind of crushing our price action pretty hard on GameStop. Well, Jimmy has a stock split coming up, so I'd say GameStop, original piano prodigy. What do you think about movement tomorrow? I don't know yet. We'll see what the OI and stuff for the end of the day turn up. It's not an odd time for them to increase the borrow rate. Shares were borrowed. Borrow rate goes up. It's not complicated. So I have a bunch of shares, right? Shares. I want people to borrow them. So I have a low rate. And then someone comes in and they take a chunk of my shares away. And now I have less shares. But because people are borrowing shares, someone else wants to come and borrow some shares. Right? And he takes another chunk away. So now the demand on the shares I have is going up. And so I raise my borrow rate. It's compelling and exciting how this works. It's almost like if you have any commodity and then you have less of that commodity and everyone else also has less of that commodity. You guys are like, "Oh, maybe we should charge more for this." And then you do that. Like baby formula. Sounds like crime, dude. I don't get it. Except some of them are fake shares that are not supposed to exist. No such thing as a fake share. Share is a share, which is a share, which is the same as a share, and also same like share. Don't feed your babies muscle milk. Please, dear God. Actually, you know what? If you're dumb enough to feed your baby muscle milk, I'm gonna hold out a lot of expectations for the baby. Wheat's not moving. Better sell my calls, derp. Pi is anti-babies having muscles. Super show. Thanks, Dave. Except, Stefan, oscillators can't predict anything. That's the only problem with this. And for some reason, I've mentioned this to you several times. You seem to fail to grasp it. That I don't need to bat. They rely on historical data. They can't predict shit. They're not predictive. Is Girk body shaming shredded babies? Writing "I'm telling you" in caps is not convincing me of anything. The signal is coming in before the peak every time until it doesn't. Or until it's wrong. How dumb is an earning straddle for HD? Probably not that stupid. My peak comes before this signal every time. Do you want to see the wheat chart? Is this day over yet? I wish. Is it going to close above 400? It's almost like there's someone who doesn't want the SPY to close above 400. Why not? Fucking bears trying to drag the market into their cave. Even if I found something, you'd never give me the validation of actually finding something valuable. I'll fucking look at it, man. It's just... oscillators are not predictive. It's not in their capacity to be predictive. I don't know if he's watching the fucking stream. I don't care. Ding ding. And the market is closed. What a great day. GameStop's not for some reason. Now it is. Sometimes, Aaron. Rarely, but sometimes. Is it weird that I watch you in minimal clothing? No. Is it weird that I stream this in minimal clothing? Cool. Then we're on the same page. So that's it for today. I don't really have much to say about this. You know, I would say a pretty decent short given the fact that the borrow rate moved up 1% today. But I didn't have time to check my usual signals in the morning because I woke up so late. So, grossly underperforming the market. I still think there's GACs and FTDs, especially given our low amount of volume that we experienced today. So we may see something tomorrow. We may not. Hopefully we get a better indicator after the OI comes in tonight. I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out into the end of the week. I wonder if they're trying to just hold the price down until SLD begins. And it almost seems like that's what's going on market wide. You know, as we see, even the bullish on the trend on the SPY kind of stifled throughout the day. So it's curious. I'm not a big fan, but you know, this 90 resistance isn't even really that strong. So I'd say if we're going to slip more, we're going to slip quite a bit more. Probably back down into the 88 range. If we do see some bullish indicators and a possible turnaround going into tomorrow for that gamma exposure, I would say maybe just another move back up at most to gamma neutral again, and probably maybe just a test of like 100. The technicals look decent for a bounce, you know, almost like an inverse head and shoulders. So we'll see. I'll have to look at the data coming in tonight to really make any kind of determination. The SPY mostly sideways all day. I'm assuming, you know, waiting on all the Fed announcements tomorrow and the meeting with Powell at 2 p.m. So possibly just more sideways into tomorrow as we wait for, you know, whatever they're expecting to hear. I think that's about it. I'm going to continue carrying the few calls that I currently have and just see how this plays out and what happens. That's about it. So still holding the line at 400. Basically nothing's changed today. Expectations for tomorrow remain the same, unless we see a big shift in the OI. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. You guys have a great night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Creon. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.